Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The morning sun rose harsh and unforgiving over the Blackwater Plains, no different than it had for 43 days prior. Thomas Morgan counted each one, marking them with shallow cuts on the wooden post by the barn door. Another day without rain. Another day of watching the land he loved slowly wither beneath an indifferent sky. Thomas stood on the porch of the modest ranch house, coffee cup warming his calloused hands as he surveyed what remained of his father's dream. The Morgan homestead sat at the edge of New Austin's unforgiving desert, a place where men of lesser conviction had tried and failed to coax life from the stubborn earth. His father, William Morgan, had been different. Through sheer will and back-breaking labor, he'd transformed this patch of hostile territory into something that could sustain a family. A legacy meant to endure long after he was gone. Now that legacy teetered on the edge of ruin, threatened not by outlaws or land barons, but by the simple absence of water. "Another scorcher," came a voice from behind him. Thomas turned to see his younger brother Samuel leaning against the doorframe. At 16, Sam already showed the weathered features of someone who understood hardship. His face had thinned over the weeks as meals grew smaller, but his eyes retained their brightness, their hope. "Sun's barely up and I can already feel it," Thomas acknowledged, taking a final sip of coffee he'd been rationing carefully, making each precious bean count. "Reckon it'll hit 100 before noon." Sam stepped onto the porch, squinting toward the eastern horizon where heat waves already distorted the distant mountains. "Wells at the north pasture have got maybe another week in them. After that..." Thomas nodded, the unspoken conclusion hanging between them. After that, they'd lose the last of their cattle. After that, everything their father had built would crumble into dust, returning to the desert from which it had been so painstakingly carved. "We're not there yet," Thomas said with quiet determination, setting his empty cup on the porch rail. "Got some ideas about the old Apache Spring in the foothills. Pa always said it never ran dry, even in the worst years." "That's 15 miles, Tom," Sam protested. "Even if you find water, how would we haul enough back here?" Thomas straightened, adjusting the worn hat that had once belonged to their father. "One problem at a time, little brother. First we find the water, then we figure out how to move it." The conversation paused as their sister Emma emerged from the house with a small plate of corn biscuits. At 12 years old, she'd taken on their mother's role after her passing 2 winters ago, managing the household with quiet efficiency that belied her youth. "Breakfast," she announced simply, offering the plate first to Thomas. "It's not much." Thomas took a single biscuit, deliberately breaking it in half and returning one portion to the plate. "Save some for later. We'll need our strength." He glanced toward Sam, who followed his example, though Thomas noted how his brother's eyes lingered on the food. They were all hungry these days. As they ate in silence, Thomas's gaze drifted to the cattle pasture where their remaining herd, once 200 strong, now barely 40 head, gathered listlessly around the last functioning water trough. Beyond them, the corn and wheat fields that should have been verdant with summer growth instead displayed stunted, yellowing plants fighting for survival. Without rain soon, the harvest would be meager at best, non-existent at worst. "I'll head out to the foothills today," Thomas announced, brushing crumbs from his shirt. "See about that spring. Sam, you check the north well again, see if we can coax a bit more from it, and keep an eye on that sky." He gestured toward distant clouds that had appeared and disappeared with cruel regularity, never delivering the promised relief. "What about me?" Emma asked, straightening with determination. "Need you to mind the house," Thomas replied gently, "and maybe check on Mrs. Adler at the neighboring homestead. She's been alone since her husband went to Armadillo for supplies." Emma nodded, though her expression suggested she'd rather be doing something more directly useful. Thomas understood her frustration. Standing still while crisis loomed felt like surrender, but someone needed to maintain what little normalcy remained in their lives. Thomas finished his meager breakfast and headed to the barn, where his horse Domino greeted him with a soft nickering. The black and white Pinto had been his father's favorite, a reliable mount with the endurance needed for long journeys across unforgiving terrain. "We've got work to do, boy," Thomas murmured, running a hand along the horse's neck. Domino's coat had lost some of its shine in recent weeks as grazing grew scarce, but his spirit remained undiminished. Thomas saddled him methodically, checking each strap with practiced care before securing his canteen, rope, and the old mining tools his father had kept from his prospecting days. As he worked, Thomas's mind drifted to the promise he'd made 6 months earlier, kneeling beside his father's bed as the older man's life ebbed away after a sudden and vicious bout of pneumonia. William Morgan had gripped his son's hand with surprising strength, his weathered face marked by lines of both pain and determination. "This land is Morgan land," his father had whispered, voice raspy with effort. "Took it from the desert inch by inch, paid for it with sweat and blood." His eyes had locked onto Thomas's with fierce intensity. "Promise me you'll keep it alive, for your mother, for the little ones. Promise me this won't die with me." Thomas had given his word without hesitation, unable to imagine a future where he failed to maintain what his parents had sacrificed so much to build. Now, with each passing rainless day, that promise grew heavier, a weight he carried alone despite Sam and Emma's efforts to share the burden. The sun was climbing higher as Thomas rode out, Domino's hooves kicking up small clouds of dust from the parched earth. He headed east toward the foothills that marked the boundary between their grazing land and the more rugged territory beyond. His father had spoken occasionally of an Apache spring hidden among those rocky slopes, a reliable water source even in the driest years. But William Morgan had been a man of few words, especially regarding the land's secrets, leaving Thomas with only vague directions and the desperate hope that the spring still existed. Behind him, the ranch grew smaller against the vast landscape, a collection of modest buildings standing defiant against the encroaching desert. Thomas refused to look back, focusing instead on the path ahead and the mission that could mean survival or ruin for everything and everyone he loved. The foothills rose gradually from the plains, their slopes dotted with scraggly mesquite and creosote bushes that somehow survived where more delicate plants perished. Thomas guided Domino up a natural path between two rock formations, eyes scanning for any sign of water, greener vegetation, darker soil, the subtle indicators his father had taught him to recognize in this unforgiving land. By midday, the heat had become oppressive, the sun a merciless presence beating down on man and horse alike. Thomas paused in the shadow of a large boulder, allowing Domino to rest while he took a careful sip from his canteen. The water tasted warm and slightly metallic, but he savored it nonetheless, aware that every drop was precious. "Just a little further, boy," he encouraged the horse, patting his sweat-dampened neck. Pa said the spring would be near the old lightning-struck oak. That landmark, at least, proved easier to find than Thomas had expected. The massive oak stood like a sentinel on a rocky shelf midway up the hillside, its trunk split and blackened by some long-ago storm, yet stubbornly alive. Half its branches remained green with leaves, a promising sign in this desiccated landscape. Thomas secured Domino to a sturdy branch and proceeded on foot, climbing carefully over the rocky terrain. According to his father's sparse descriptions, the spring emerged from a narrow crevice beneath an overhanging rock, easily missed if you didn't know exactly where to look. The Apache had deliberately kept it hidden from settlers, a secret source of life in a land that offered few such gifts. Hours passed as Thomas searched methodically, checking every crevice and depression among the rocks, finding nothing but sun-baked stone and occasional lizards darting into shadows. Frustration mounted with each failed inspection, but he pressed on, extending his search in widening circles around the oak. The sun had passed its zenith and begun its westward descent when Thomas, exhausted and increasingly desperate, sat heavily on a flat stone to rest. Sweat soaked his shirt despite the dry air that seemed to pull moisture from his very skin. He allowed himself another small sip of water, rationing carefully though his body cried out for more. "Where are you?" he muttered, scanning the hillside with growing despair. Had the spring dried up after all these years? Had his father's memory been clouded by time, the location lost forever? As he prepared to resume his search, a movement caught his eye, a small jackrabbit emerging cautiously from behind a cluster of rocks about 50 yards away. Thomas froze, watching as the creature hopped tentatively toward a section of hillside that appeared no different than any other. But rabbits needed water, same as any living thing. Their presence often indicated moisture nearby. With renewed hope, Thomas moved slowly toward the spot, careful not to startle the wildlife that might lead him to his goal. The rabbit disappeared as he approached, but Thomas continued, examining the area with painstaking attention. A formation of rocks created a small overhang, beneath which grew a patch of greener vegetation. Not much, but notably healthier than plants elsewhere on the hillside. Thomas knelt, pushing aside the brush to reveal a narrow opening between the rocks, barely wide enough for a man's shoulders. Cool air drifted from the darkness beyond, carrying the unmistakable scent of water. His heart quickened as he retrieved a small lantern from his pack, lighting it with hands that trembled slightly with anticipation. The crevice widened slightly as Thomas eased himself inside, holding the lantern before him to illuminate a natural tunnel that descended into the hillside. The temperature dropped noticeably as he progressed, a blessed relief from the punishing heat outside. After about 20 feet, the passage opened into a small chamber, and Thomas's lantern revealed the glint of water, a clear pool perhaps 6 feet across, fed by a slow but steady trickle emerging from the rock wall. "Thank you, Pa," Thomas whispered, emotion tightening his throat as he knelt beside the pool. He dipped his fingers into the water, finding it cool and sweet. Testing carefully, he took a small sip directly from the source, letting it roll across his tongue, pure and clean, untainted by minerals that made some desert springs undrinkable. The Apache spring existed, just as his father had claimed, but a new challenge immediately presented itself: how to transport enough water to sustain their ranch 15 miles away. Thomas sat back on his heels, mind racing through possibilities as he filled his canteen to replace what he'd consumed during the search. One thing was certain, finding this water source was only the first step in a much longer journey to save their home. But for the first time in weeks, Thomas allowed himself to feel something close to hope. The ride back to the ranch seemed longer, Domino moving steadily but without his usual vigor as evening approached. Thomas's mind worked ceaselessly, calculating distances, volumes, methods of transport. The spring produced a modest but reliable flow, perhaps enough to keep their essential livestock alive if they could establish a regular hauling operation, but moving water across 15 miles of drought-stricken terrain presented logistical challenges that bordered on insurmountable for their limited resources. Dusk was settling over the land when the ranch buildings came into view, silhouetted against the darkening sky. Thomas noted with concern that the north pasture appeared empty. Had Sam moved the cattle? As he approached, he spotted his brother emerging from the barn, shoulders slumped with obvious exhaustion. "Any luck?" Sam called as Thomas dismounted, leading Domino toward the water trough that they reserved for working animals. "Found it," Thomas confirmed, allowing a small smile despite his weariness. "Spring's still flowing just like Pa said. Water's clean, too." Sam's face brightened momentarily before practicality reasserted itself. "That's something at least. But the north well's done, Tom. Went dry this afternoon. Had to move the remaining cattle to the south pasture, but that well's barely producing enough for them as it is." Thomas nodded grimly, unsurprised yet still disheartened by the news. "We'll need to start hauling from the spring right away. Problem is, getting enough water back here to make a difference. Mr. Jacobs might lend us his wagon and barrels," Sam suggested, referring to the owner of the general store in nearby Thieves' Landing. "He's always had a soft spot for the family since Pa helped him during that robbery last year." "Worth asking," Thomas agreed, though he knew that even with barrels, each trip would bring back only a fraction of what they needed. "But we'd need to make multiple trips daily just to keep up with what we're losing, and Thieves' Landing is in the opposite direction. Adds miles to the journey." Their conversation was interrupted by Emma's appearance, her expression uncharacteristically animated. "Thomas, Sam, come quick. Mrs. Adler's back from checking the south property line. Says she's found something we need to see." Curiosity pushed aside fatigue as Thomas and Sam followed their sister to the front yard, where Charlotte Adler sat atop her dun mare. The middle-aged woman had been their neighbor for nearly a decade, her small homestead adjoining the Morgan property to the west. Recently widowed when her husband Jake succumbed to a chest ailment similar to what took their father, she'd somehow maintained her land alone through sheer determination. "Evening, Thomas," she greeted, nodding respectfully. Though nearly twice his age, she'd come to treat him as an equal since he assumed responsibility for the Morgan Ranch. "Found something interesting along Coyote Creek that might help us both." Thomas approached, offering a hand to help her dismount out of ingrained courtesy, though Mrs. Adler was more than capable of handling herself. "Creek's been dry for weeks," he noted with confusion. "The visible part, yes," she agreed, retrieving a small canvas bag from her saddlebag. "But Jake always said water finds its way, especially in these parts." She opened the bag, revealing a handful of moist clay soil. "Found this about 8 feet down in the creek bed. Dug on a hunch after noticing some of the deeper-rooted brush still showing green." Hope flared in Thomas's chest. Coyote Creek ran between their properties, merely 3 miles from the ranch house, much closer than the Apache Spring. "You think there's a water table we can reach?" "Worth investigating," Charlotte confirmed. "Jake was a mining man before we settled here. Said this whole area sits on an underground limestone system. Water sometimes travels beneath dry creek beds, protected from evaporation. Sam leaned closer, examining the damp soil with renewed energy. If we could dig a proper well there. Exactly, Charlotte nodded. Between your strong backs and some of Jake's old mining equipment, we might tap into something substantial, enough for both our properties with luck. Thomas's mind raced with possibilities. A well at Coyote Creek would serve both ranches at a distance manageable enough for daily water transport. Combined with what they could haul from the Apache Spring, it might be enough to sustain them until the rains finally returned. We'll start at first light, he decided. Straightforward determination replacing the day's fatigue. Sam, gather the digging tools. Mrs. Adler, if you could show us exactly where you found this, we'll need to assess how deep we might need to go. And I can help too, Emma insisted, her young face set with determination that matched her brother's. Thomas started to object out of protective instinct, then reconsidered. They needed every pair of hands, and Emma had proven herself capable beyond her years since their mother's passing. You'll keep everyone fed and watered, he agreed with a nod. Can't dig on empty stomachs. As night fell over the drought-stricken land, the Morgan household buzzed with cautious optimism for the first time in weeks. Around the kitchen table, Thomas spread out their father's old survey map of the property, while Charlotte Adler marked the location of her discovery. They plotted work schedules, tool requirements, and transportation logistics with focused energy. Even if we find water, Sam noted pragmatically, digging a proper well takes time. Days, maybe weeks, depending on the ground. And our cattle can't wait weeks, Thomas acknowledged. I'll still need to make runs to the Apache Spring while you and Mrs. Adler work on the creek bed. Between the two sources, we might just keep everything alive until the weather turns. Charlotte studied the young man across the table. Barely 22, but carrying responsibilities that would break most men twice his age. Your father would be proud, Thomas, she said quietly. Not just of what you're doing, but how you're doing it. William never did know the meaning of surrender. The simple words touched something deep in Thomas's chest, a mixture of grief and pride that he seldom allowed himself to acknowledge. Just trying to keep a promise, he replied, voice rougher than intended. Later, as the household settled for the night, Thomas stepped onto the porch for a final assessment of the evening. Stars blazed across the cloudless sky with painful beauty, their brilliance unmarred by the moisture that would signal relief for the parched land below. In the distance, a coyote called plaintively, the sound carrying clearly through the still air. He leaned against the porch rail, allowing himself a moment of vulnerability now that no one could see. Finding the Apache Spring and Charlotte's discovery of potential groundwater at Coyote Creek represented hope, but hope was a fragile thing in these lands. The work ahead would test the limits of their endurance, with no guarantee of success. Still here, Pa, he murmured to the star-filled sky, still fighting for what's ours. The night offered no response beyond the gentle creaking of the windmill that stood useless in the breathless air. But, as Thomas finally turned toward his bed, and the few hours of rest before dawn would bring renewed labor, he carried with him a sense of purpose stronger than the doubt that had shadowed him for weeks. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, for tonight the promise remained unbroken. Dawn arrived with the same merciless heat that had defined the summer, the sun rising as an orange fireball over the eastern horizon. Thomas was already awake, preparing Domino for the journey to the Apache Spring, while Sam loaded tools onto their small wagon for the expedition to Coyote Creek. Take the last of the jerky, Emma instructed, pressing a small cloth-wrapped package into Thomas's hands as he secured his canteens to the saddle. And don't argue about it being too much. You can't haul water on an empty stomach. Thomas accepted the food with a grateful nod, touched by his sister's concern. "I'll be back before sundown with the first water run. If things look promising at the creek, we'll focus our efforts there after today." Charlotte Adler arrived as they finalized preparations, bringing additional tools and a small cart that could be hitched to her mare. "Jake's old mining pump," she explained, patting the dusty equipment. "Hand-operated, but it'll draw water up once we hit the table. Saved our first crops when we were establishing the homestead." The group split, with Thomas heading east toward the foothills while Sam, Emma, and Charlotte traveled the shorter distance to Coyote Creek. Before departing, Thomas pulled his brother aside for a final word. "If you hit water, don't get overeager," he cautioned. "Shore up the walls properly as you go deeper. Pa always said a rushed well is a dead man's grave." Sam nodded seriously, understanding the risks inherent in their desperate effort. "We'll be careful. You too. That canyon gets treacherous in the afternoon heat." The brothers clasped hands briefly, a silent communication of mutual concern and shared purpose, before mounting their respective animals and heading in opposite directions across the drought-stricken landscape. Thomas's journey to the Apache Spring proceeded more efficiently now that he knew the route, though Domino struggled more noticeably on the uphill sections, his strength diminished by weeks of reduced feed. Upon reaching the lightning-struck oak, Thomas worked quickly to implement the plan he'd developed overnight. From his saddlebags, he retrieved several tightly folded canvas water bags, normally used for emergencies when crossing desert stretches, but now repurposed for water transport. Each could hold several gallons and, when properly secured, would allow Domino to carry significantly more water than the small wooden barrels Thomas had initially considered. Inside the hidden cave, Thomas arranged the bags for filling, positioning them beneath the steady trickle from the rock wall. While they slowly filled, he explored the cave more thoroughly, confirming his initial impression that the spring's flow remained consistent despite the drought. This water source had sustained the indigenous people of these lands through countless dry seasons, a secret gift from the earth that now might save his family's legacy as well. Hours passed as Thomas shuttled between the cave and Domino, each water bag requiring careful handling to minimize spillage. By midday, he had secured 8 bags to various points on Domino's saddle and pack frame, distributing the weight as evenly as possible to avoid overburdening the horse. The load was substantial but manageable, enough water to replenish their home supply and provide immediate relief to their thirstiest animals. The return journey proved arduous, with Thomas walking alongside Domino for much of the way to spare the horse unnecessary strain. The afternoon heat bore down relentlessly, and Thomas found himself counting steps rather than miles, focusing on the simple rhythm of movement to distract from his growing exhaustion and thirst. He rationed his personal water supply strictly, knowing that every drop transported back to the ranch served the greater purpose of their survival. It was late afternoon when Thomas crested the final ridge overlooking their property, the familiar buildings shimmering in the heat haze. From this distance, he could see activity at Coyote Creek, where the small figures of Sam, Emma, and Charlotte worked steadily at what appeared to be a sizable excavation already. The sight provided renewed energy for the final stretch of his journey. Upon reaching the ranch, Thomas directed his precious cargo first to the house system, a concrete tank built by his father that collected rainwater from the roof gutters during normal times. Now bone dry, it represented their primary household water storage, essential for cooking, drinking, and minimal washing. After filling the system with half his transported water, Thomas led Domino to the south pasture, where the remaining cattle gathered listlessly around the nearly empty trough. The animals sensed water immediately, moving with more animation than they'd shown in weeks, as Thomas carefully emptied the remaining canvas bags into the trough. Their eager drinking brought a mixture of satisfaction and concern. Satisfaction at providing temporary relief, concern at how quickly they consumed what had taken an entire day to transport. Thomas was securing Domino in the barn, removing the empty water bags and rubbing down the exhausted horse, when Sam's excited voice called from outside. "Tom, Tom, come quick!" Emerging into the evening light, Thomas found his brother practically running toward the barn, clothes caked with clay soil but face alight with triumph. "We hit it," Sam announced breathlessly. "About 12 feet down, just like Mrs. Adler thought. Water's seeping in steadily. Good clean water." Relief washed through Thomas with almost physical force, momentarily weakening his knees. "How much? Is it a steady flow?" "Fills about an inch every 15 minutes in the test hole we dug," Sam reported, his usual pragmatism colored by genuine excitement. "Mrs. Adler thinks we've hit the edge of an underground stream. If we widen the shaft and go a bit deeper, we could get a substantial flow." The news represented their first real victory against the drought's relentless assault. Thomas clasped his brother's shoulder, allowing himself a genuine smile. "Good work, Sam. Knew you'd find it." "Emma helped spot the right location," Sam acknowledged generously. "And Mrs. Adler knew exactly what signs to look for in the soil layers. We're going to rig up her pump tomorrow, see if we can start filling barrels." As they walked toward the house, Sam briefed Thomas on their progress, explaining how they dug a test shaft first, then begun work on a wider well once water signs appeared. Charlotte had shared knowledge from her late husband about proper shoring techniques, using timber from an old corral section to reinforce the walls against collapse. Inside, they found Emma preparing a modest supper, her small face showing the same mixture of exhaustion and triumph that marked Sam's. The day's labor had left all of them drained but invigorated by tangible progress in their fight against nature's withholding. "Mrs. Adler says we should have a working well by the end of the week," Emma reported as they washed up for the meal. "She's gone home to feed her animals, but she'll be back at first light tomorrow." That night, gathered around the kitchen table, the Morgan siblings allowed themselves to acknowledge small victories while planning next steps. The Apache Spring would continue providing emergency water while they developed the Coyote Creek well. Once fully operational, the closer water source would significantly reduce the labor required for daily operations. "Still need rain eventually," Thomas noted pragmatically as they discussed future possibilities. "Well water will keep us alive, but won't restore the grazing land or save the crops without help from the sky." Sam nodded in agreement, though his youthful optimism showed as he added, "But it buys us time, and Pa always said time was sometimes the most valuable resource a rancher could have." Later, with his siblings asleep and the house settled into nighttime quiet, Thomas returned to the porch, his evening ritual of assessment and reflection. The air remained hot and still, offering no hint of approaching weather change. Yet the day's accomplishments had shifted something within him. Not just hope, but a deeper certainty that their efforts would prove sufficient. He thought about what Sam had said regarding time as a resource. Their father had indeed shared that wisdom repeatedly during difficult seasons, usually followed by his favorite observation: "Morgans don't quit, we outlast." Those words echoed in Thomas's mind as he studied the starlit landscape, mentally calculating how many more trips to the spring might be necessary before the well could take over their water needs. Each journey represented hours of grueling effort, but the alternative, watching their animals suffer and their land wither beyond recovery, remained unacceptable. "Outlasting the drought," he murmured to himself, "one day at a time." With that thought anchoring him, Thomas finally sought his bed, surrendering to exhaustion that had become a constant companion in recent weeks. Tomorrow would bring another day of labor under the unforgiving sun, but tonight he could rest knowing they had found a path forward, however arduous it might be. The following week established a rhythm of coordinated effort that slowly began to turn the tide against their most immediate crisis. While Sam and Charlotte focused on expanding and reinforcing the Coyote Creek well, Thomas continued daily runs to the Apache Spring, each trip bringing precious water that maintained their minimal household needs and kept their remaining livestock alive. Emma divided her time between managing the ranch house and assisting at the well site, shuttling tools and food to the workers while handling smaller tasks that freed the others for heavier labor. Her initial frustration at being assigned less physically demanding jobs had given way to pride in her critical supporting role. Without her efforts keeping everyone fed and basic operations running, the water procurement work would have faltered. Progress at Coyote Creek exceeded even Charlotte's optimistic projections. By the 6th day, they had established a well shaft nearly 15 feet deep, with water now seeping in quickly enough to maintain a constant pool at the bottom. Sam, displaying an unexpected talent for engineering, had designed a simple pulley system that allowed them to draw up filled buckets while sending empty ones down, without requiring anyone to repeatedly climb in and out of the shaft. Charlotte's old mining pump, once cleaned and properly positioned, proved remarkably effective at drawing water into waiting barrels. Though hand-operated and requiring substantial physical effort, it could fill a 50-gallon barrel in under an hour, a vast improvement over the laborious transport from the distant spring. Another week of this, Sam calculated as they loaded the day's water haul onto Charlotte's small cart, and will have enough reserves stored to cut back on spring runs. Thomas nodded agreement, though he continued to push himself relentlessly, making daily journeys to the Apache Spring despite growing exhaustion. Each trip left him more drained than the last, but the results were undeniable. Their cattle showed improved condition, and the household cistern remained adequately filled for essential needs. The siblings had just finished distributing the day's water when Charlotte arrived with unexpected news. "Rider coming," she announced, dismounting with the ease of someone half her age. "Saw him from the ridge. Looks like Caleb Fletcher from the Fletcher spread south of here." Thomas frowned slightly, wondering what business the neighboring rancher might have. The Fletchers operated a much larger property 15 miles south, with access to a year-round creek that had made them somewhat insulated from the drought's worst effects. Relations between the families had always been cordial but distant. "Probably checking how we're faring," Sam suggested optimistically. "They've got that big windmill operation by their north pasture." Caleb Fletcher appeared on the horizon shortly thereafter, his substantial frame mounted on a handsome Palomino stallion that showed none of the stress evident in their own horses. At 45, Fletcher represented old Texas money, second-generation ranching wealth that had allowed him to expand his holdings while smaller operations struggled. "Morgan," he greeted Thomas with a respectful nod as he dismounted. "Hear you folks are having a rough go with this drought." "Managing," Thomas replied neutrally, offering his hand. "Water's scarce, but we've found some solutions." Fletcher's gaze traveled over the property, assessing conditions with the experienced eye of a lifelong rancher. "Came to make you an offer, actually. Heard from Jenkins at the general store that you're hauling water daily just to keep afloat." Thomas tensed slightly, immediately wary of what might follow. Larger ranches often circled struggling smaller operations during difficult times, looking to expand their holdings at bargain prices. "We're holding our own," he stated more firmly. "No doubt," Fletcher acknowledged, seeming to recognize Thomas's defensive posture. "Look, cards on the table. I need additional grazing land for my expanding herd. Creek on my property is holding steady. Got more water than I need for the moment. He gestured toward the Morgan's southern pasture. Thought we might work something mutually beneficial. We're not selling, Thomas responded immediately, the words emerging with unexpected heat. Fletcher raised his hands placatingly. Not asking you to. Proposing a temporary arrangement. I bring water. You let me graze some cattle on your South 40. I get expanded grazing. You get water delivered regular without killing yourself and that pinto making daily runs. The offer took Thomas by surprise, his mind racing to identify the catch. Fletcher continued before he could formulate a response. Got a water wagon, 400-gallon capacity. Could bring it by twice weekly, more than replace what you're hauling from wherever you found water. My boys handle the transport, no cost to you except grazing rights through end of summer. Charlotte, who had remained silent during the exchange, spoke up thoughtfully. Seems unusually generous, Caleb. What's really at stake here? Fletcher chuckled, acknowledging the legitimate suspicion. Business, Mrs. Adler, pure business. Morgan land's got better grass than mine when there's adequate moisture, different soil composition. My prize breeding stock needs quality grazing to maintain condition. Can't buy that land outright, he nodded toward Thomas. Since this young man's made it clear the Morgan place isn't for sale at any price, so I'm proposing a trade of resources. My water for your grass. Sam moved closer to Thomas, speaking low. Could cut your spring runs in half, Tom. Combined with the well water, might actually give us a fighting chance. Thomas studied Fletcher's face, searching for deception, but finding only the straightforward calculation of a businessman who'd identified a potentially advantageous arrangement. How many head are we talking about? And how long exactly? 30 head. All quality stock, no disease risk to your herd, Fletcher specified. Through end of September, with option to renegotiate if the rains haven't returned by then. The terms seemed reasonable, almost suspiciously so. And if I agree, what guarantees the water keeps coming once your cattle are grazing my land? Fletcher smiled slightly, recognizing the legitimate concern. Put it in writing. Half payment of water in advance of cattle arrival, continued regular delivery, or cattle get returned. Simple contract, enforceable in county court if it comes to that, which it won't. Thomas glanced toward Charlotte, whose subtle nod indicated she saw no obvious trap in the proposal. The arrangement would significantly reduce his physical burden while providing crucial additional water. Combined with the Coyote Creek well, it might create enough surplus to attempt saving a portion of their crops as well. Need to discuss with my family, Thomas said finally. Can give you an answer tomorrow if you're willing to ride back. Fletcher nodded agreeably. Fair enough, I'll stop by mid-morning. He mounted his palomino with practiced ease, then added as an apparent afterthought, Your father was a stubborn man, Morgan, but a good one. Respected how he built something from nothing out here. Would have made the same offer to him if he'd lived to see this drought. After Fletcher departed, the Morgans gathered with Charlotte around their kitchen table, discussing the unexpected proposal from every angle. Sam favored accepting immediately, seeing the practical advantages, while Emma expressed concern about allowing outsiders to use their land. What if his cattle damage the pasture, she questioned, or what if he's just trying to get a foothold on our property? Fletchers have plenty of land, Charlotte observed. If expansion was his only goal, there are easier targets than the Morgan Ranch. I think his explanation about the different grazing quality is genuine. Ranchers know soil variations affect stock condition. Thomas sat quietly, weighing options against risks. The proposal offered substantial relief at a critical moment, potentially saving him from physical collapse due to the punishing schedule he'd been maintaining. Yet some deeper instinct made him hesitate, perhaps simple pride, or the feeling that accepting help represented some failure of his promise to his father. What would Pa have done? Sam asked finally, cutting to the heart of Thomas's internal conflict. The question hung in the air as Thomas considered honestly. William Morgan had been fiercely independent, but never at the expense of practical necessity. He'd taught his children that pride was worthwhile only when it served a purpose greater than itself. Pa would have considered what best served the land and the family, Thomas said finally. He wasn't too proud to accept fair deals when they benefited what he was building here. Charlotte nodded approvingly. That's right. William understood the difference between independence and foolish stubbornness. Accepting Fletcher's water doesn't mean surrendering what you've built. It's using available resources to protect your father's legacy. Thomas leaned back in his chair, decision crystallizing in his mind. We'll accept, with the contract terms as discussed, but we'll keep developing our well at Coyote Creek. Fletcher's offer buys us time, not dependence. The following morning, Caleb Fletcher returned as promised, seeming unsurprised by Thomas's acceptance. The men drafted a simple but clear agreement, with Charlotte witnessing the signatures. Fletcher would deliver the first water shipment the following day, with his cattle arriving after 2 deliveries had been completed as a show of good faith. Smart decision, Fletcher commented as they concluded their business. Drought like this, it's the adaptable operations that survive. The stubborn ones that refuse all help are the ones that end up sold at auction by season's end. As promised, Fletcher's water wagon arrived the next afternoon, an impressive sight rolling across the dusty landscape, pulled by 4 strong draft horses and managed by 2 ranch hands. The 400 gallons they delivered represented more than Thomas could transport in a week of daily runs to the Apache Spring, immediately transforming their most pressing shortage into manageable sufficiency. With Fletcher's water supplementing their own sources, the Morgans established a new routine. Thomas reduced his spring runs to every 3rd day, using the recovered time and energy to assist with further development of the Coyote Creek well. Sam designed and built a more permanent windlass system for the well, improving efficiency while reducing the physical strain of water retrieval. Emma took on greater responsibility for monitoring and distributing their water supplies, developing a careful rationing system that maximized benefit from every precious drop. By early September, nearly 2 weeks after Fletcher's arrangement began, their situation had stabilized into something approaching sustainable management. The cattle showed visible improvement, with gaunt ribs less prominent and greater animation in their movements. Fletcher's stock grazed contentedly in the south pasture, their superior condition a stark contrast to the Morgan herd, but also a vision of what might be possible with adequate water and time for recovery. Charlotte Adler became a daily presence, her practical knowledge and tireless work ethic making her an invaluable ally. Though she maintained her own smaller homestead, she increasingly coordinated efforts with the Morgans, recognizing that their shared resources improved survival chances for both properties. Thinking we should connect our water systems, she suggested one evening as they shared a modest supper at the Morgan house. Run a simple pipe system between the ranch houses, share the well water more efficiently. Thomas nodded thoughtfully, visualizing the logistics. Makes sense. Winter's coming eventually. Having interconnected water access would help us both when the ground freezes. They were discussing implementation details when Emma, who had been watching the western horizon through the kitchen window, suddenly straightened with attention. Clouds, she announced, voice tight with suppressed excitement. Big ones, coming from the west. The adults exchanged cautious glances, too experienced with the drought's cruel patterns to embrace hope prematurely. Previous cloud formations had tantalized them repeatedly throughout the summer, only to drift past without releasing a single drop of moisture. Yet as they stepped onto the porch, the sight that greeted them indeed warranted attention. A substantial bank of dark clouds had formed along the western horizon, different from the high, wispy formations that had teased them previously. These clouds sat lower, their undersides heavy and grey, with unmistakable curtains of precipitation visible beneath portions of the mass. "Those are rain clouds," Charlotte confirmed, her weathered face revealing cautious optimism. "Real ones, not just show. Question is whether they'll hold together long enough to reach us." Throughout the evening, they tracked the cloud bank's slow progress eastward, trying to maintain pragmatic expectations despite growing excitement. By nightfall, a freshening breeze had developed, the first substantial air movement in weeks, carrying a tantalizing scent of moisture and the distant rumble of thunder. "Might just be a tease again," Sam cautioned as they performed final evening chores, though his voice betrayed the same hopeful anticipation they all felt. Thomas nodded agreement while securing loose items that might be affected by wind. "Either way, we keep to our plans. Fletcher's water comes tomorrow. Well operation continues at Coyote Creek. We prepare for continued drought while hoping for better." Sleep proved elusive that night as the distant storm gradually approached, wind rattling loosened shingles and periodic thunder growing progressively louder. Thomas found himself repeatedly checking the sky from his bedroom window, watching lightning illuminate the massive cloud formations now directly overhead. The first raindrops struck the roof shortly after midnight. Tentative at first, scattered patterings that might have been mistaken for wind-blown debris. Then, as if some celestial dam had suddenly broken, the heavens opened. Water descended not in gentle precipitation but in solid sheets that hammered the roof with almost physical force, creating an immediate roar that penetrated the house's every corner. Thomas threw on clothes and rushed outside despite the deluge, needing to witness this miracle with his own eyes. He found Sam already in the yard, face turned upward to the torrent, arms spread wide in a gesture of celebration that bordered on reverence. Emma joined them moments later, her nightdress rapidly soaking beneath a hastily donned coat, laughing with pure joy as the precious water plastered her hair to her face. Lightning revealed the landscape transformed, water cascading from every surface, forming instant streams where minutes before there had been only dust. The parched earth initially rejected the sudden bounty, creating rivers across hardened surfaces before the soil could begin to soften and absorb the life-giving moisture. "The catchment barrels!" Sam shouted over the storm's roar, suddenly remembering the rain collection system they had maintained out of habit despite months of disuse. Together they raced to ensure the gutters remained clear and flow directed properly into their storage containers. Within minutes, barrels that had stood empty since early summer began rapidly filling, free water from the sky, the rancher's most precious gift. The deluge continued through the night, alternating between violent downpours and steadier, soaking rain that penetrated the drought-hardened soil more effectively. By dawn, the landscape had transformed dramatically, standing water in every depression, streams flowing in the seasonal creek beds, and a rich, earthy scent replacing the dusty aridity that had defined their world for months. Morning light revealed both blessing and challenge. The rain continued steadily, promising deep soil saturation that would revive dormant vegetation and replenish their wells. But the sudden transition from extreme drought to heavy precipitation created its own problems. Flash flooding in low areas, including portions of their critical south pasture where Fletcher's cattle now grazed alongside their own. Need to move the herds to higher ground, Thomas announced after a quick property survey. Creek's rising fast, and that low section by the oak stand will be underwater within hours if this keeps up. The siblings worked systematically despite the continuing downpour, moving cattle to elevated sections of the ranch where floodwaters wouldn't reach. Fletcher's ranch hands arrived mid-morning, having recognized the same danger to their employer's stock. Together, the team successfully relocated all animals before the rapidly rising Coyote Creek overflowed its banks, flooding the lower pasture land that had, ironically, been their greatest concern during the drought. By late afternoon, the storm began to moderate, transitioning to a gentle, steady rainfall that promised to continue through the night. The immediate crisis of potential flooding stabilized, allowing the Morgans to fully appreciate the miracle of their changed circumstances. Their collection barrels overflowed, cisterns filled to capacity, and every container they could find captured additional water against future need. Charlotte Adler arrived despite the difficult travel conditions, her practical nature already focused on maximizing benefit from the unexpected blessing. Need to prepare for the regrowth, she advised, shaking rain from her hat as she joined them on the porch. Dormant seeds will germinate quickly now, and the grazing lands should green up within days if this continues. Thomas nodded agreement, mind already calculating how best to manage the transition from extreme conservation to sudden abundance. The rain solved their most pressing problem, but created new considerations requiring immediate attention. We should check the well, Sam suggested, see how the water table's responding. Despite the continuing rainfall, they rode to Coyote Creek to inspect their hard-won water source. The transformation there proved even more dramatic than expected. The creek now flowed vigorously where days before there had been only a dusty bed, and their well shaft had filled nearly to ground level with clear, sweet water. Nature's refilling everything we've been desperately extracting, Charlotte observed with satisfaction. One good rain won't end the drought entirely, but it's buying us weeks, maybe months of recovery time. The rain continued intermittently for 3 days, soaking the land deeply enough to penetrate beyond superficial relief. By the 4th morning, when clear skies finally returned, the landscape had undergone a remarkable transformation. Dormant grasses had already begun showing hints of green, and the skeletal trees displayed the subtle brightening that preceded new leaf growth. Fletcher arrived personally to check on his cattle and confirm the condition of the Morgan ranch post-storm. His assessment was characteristically straightforward as he surveyed the rejuvenated property. Land's going to recover faster than expected, he noted, genuine appreciation evident in his tone. Good deep soil here, just needed the water to show its quality. Grazing should be excellent within 2 weeks if we get even one more decent rainfall before winter. Changes our arrangement somewhat, Thomas observed, directly addressing the question of their agreement. Fletcher nodded, businesslike but fair. Won't need your grazing land as desperately now that my own pastures will be recovering, but I'll honor our contract through the agreed term. Water deliveries continue until end of month, regardless. Appreciate that, Thomas acknowledged, though we're in better shape now with the rain and our well development. The men adjusted their agreement amicably, with Fletcher continuing limited water delivery for 2 more weeks while gradually reducing his cattle presence on Morgan land. The relationship that had begun as one of necessity evolved into something approaching neighborly respect, each recognizing in the other a commitment to the land that transcended mere business consideration. As September progressed, the ranch's recovery accelerated beyond even their most optimistic expectations. The deep soaking followed by warm autumn sunshine created ideal conditions for plant growth, transforming brown pastures to vibrant green with astonishing speed. Their cattle regained condition rapidly, the stronger grazing allowing them to put on weight before winter's approach. Most significantly for Thomas, the replenished water sources freed him from the punishing physical routine that had dominated his existence for months. While continued water management remained essential, the desperate daily struggle for basic survival gave way to more sustainable patterns of ranch operation. One evening in late September, as golden sunset light bathed the now verdant landscape, Thomas sat on the porch steps performing routine maintenance on tack that had been neglected during the crisis period. Emma emerged from the house carrying 2 cups of coffee, a luxury they'd severely rationed during the worst drought period, but now could enjoy more regularly. "Sam's gone to check the north fencing," she reported, settling beside her brother. "Says the ground's firm enough now for proper repairs." Thomas accepted the coffee gratefully, noting how his sister's face had filled out again, losing the gaunt appearance that had worried him during the worst weeks. All of them had shed the desperate edge that characterized true survival mode, returning gradually to the people they'd been before the drought's grip tightened. "Remember when Pa first showed us this place?" Emma asked suddenly, her gaze sweeping across the ranch buildings and surrounding pastures. "How he described what it could become with enough work and care?" Thomas nodded, memories surfacing vividly. "Said it wasn't much to look at then, but had good bones, good water potential if you knew where to dig, good soil if you could get moisture to it." "Was right," Emma observed quietly, "about all of it. Even about how hard it would be to keep." The conversation paused as both siblings contemplated their father's legacy, not just the physical ranch, but the values and knowledge he'd imparted that had ultimately enabled their survival against seemingly impossible odds. "You kept your promise to him," Emma said finally, her simple statement carrying profound weight. "When everything was dying around us, when it seemed hopeless, you didn't give up." Thomas felt unexpected emotion tighten his throat, making response momentarily impossible. He'd been so focused on daily tasks, on the mechanical process of survival, that he'd scarcely allowed himself to consider the deeper meaning of their ordeal. "We all did," he managed finally. "You, me, Sam, even Mrs. Adler. We all kept faith with what Pa built here." Their reflective moment was interrupted by the distant sound of approaching hoofbeats. Sam returning from his inspection ride, accompanied by Charlotte Adler. Both riders appeared relaxed, their animals moving with the easy gait of creatures no longer weakened by thirst and inadequate nutrition. "North fence is solid again," Sam reported as they dismounted, "and the graze is coming in thick there. Should be prime feeding in another week." Charlotte nodded agreement, her practical assessment complementing Sam's report. "Cattle are putting weight back on nicely. You'll enter winter with a healthier herd than I would have thought possible a month ago." The group settled on the porch, sharing coffee and conversation as evening deepened around them. Discussion ranged from immediate ranch matters to longer-term planning now that basic survival no longer consumed their entire focus. "Thinking about that pipe system between our properties," Charlotte mentioned. "Still makes sense, even with the rain. Drought will come again eventually, always does in these parts." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "Worth implementing, maybe expanded. Create a better water distribution system throughout both properties. Use what we've learned about conservation and storage. Could add more catchment barrels too," Sam contributed enthusiastically. "Harvest rainwater more efficiently when it does come." Their conversation represented more than practical planning. It signified a fundamental shift from reactive crisis management to proactive stewardship. The drought's lesson, though brutally delivered, had forced them to develop systems and knowledge that would serve the ranch for years to come. As darkness settled fully over the land, bringing the day's first hints of autumn coolness. Thomas found himself drawn to the barn for a final check before retiring. Inside, he paused by Domino's stall, where the Pinto dozed peacefully, his coat regaining the healthy sheen diminished during the drought's worst weeks. "Got through it, old friend," Thomas murmured, stroking the horse's neck affectionately. "Couldn't have done it without you." Domino nudged his hand gently, the simple animal communication somehow conveying shared experience and trust. The horse had carried impossible loads across punishing terrain without complaint, his unwavering effort matching Thomas's own determination during their darkest hours. Moving to the barn door, Thomas surveyed the ranch one final time before sleep. Moonlight silvered the landscape, revealing healthy pastures where weeks before there had been only dust and struggle. The windmill turned steadily in the gentle night breeze, pumping water from the now replenished well that would sustain them through the coming seasons. Thomas's thoughts turned to his father, to the deathbed promise that had sustained him through impossible challenges. William Morgan had built this place from nothing, transforming hostile territory into a functioning ranch through sheer force of will and unrelenting effort. In demanding his son's promise to continue that legacy, he'd passed on not just property, but purpose. "Still here, Pa," Thomas whispered to the night. "Still fighting for what's ours. And winning, I think." The stars offered no audible response, yet Thomas felt a profound sense of connection to the land, to his family's history, to something larger than himself. The drought had tested them in ways he could never have anticipated, stripping away everything but the essential truth of who they were and what they valued. In surviving that test, not just enduring but adapting, growing stronger through adversity, Thomas had fulfilled his promise in ways deeper than mere continuation. He had proven the Morgan legacy worthy of preservation, not just because of what his father had built, but because of what he and his siblings had become in fighting to maintain it. Morning would bring more work. There was always more work on a ranch, even in good times. But as Thomas finally sought his bed, he carried with him a sense of peace that had been absent for months. The rain had broken the drought's hold on their land, but something more significant had emerged from their ordeal, a deeper understanding of their own resilience, their capacity to face nature's harshest challenges and emerge unbowed. Outside, a gentle autumn breeze carried the scent of regeneration across pastures slowly returning to life. The Morgan Ranch stood quietly beneath the star-filled sky, its existence a testament to human determination in the face of nature's most unforgiving trials. And within its walls, the family that had nearly lost everything slept soundly, secure in the knowledge that they had kept faith with both the land and the legacy entrusted to their care. The promise remained unbroken, strengthened, in fact, by the very forces that had threatened to shatter it. And in that strengthening lay the true victory, more precious than mere survival alone could ever be. As the autumn sun cast long shadows across the Morgan Ranch, life had settled into a rhythm of recovery and renewal. The desperate days of drought had given way to a season of rebuilding, with green pastures replacing parched earth and healthy cattle grazing where once they had struggled to survive. Thomas Morgan stood at the newly repaired north fence line, his hands bearing fresh calluses from work that now strengthened their homestead, rather than merely preserving it against imminent collapse. The ranch had weathered nature's harshest test and emerged stronger, not just in its physical structures, but in the bonds of family and community that had proven more resilient than any wooden post or barbed wire. Yet, across the territories of the American frontier, other struggles unfolded far from the Morgan Ranch. Different tests of character and resilience, that echoed similar themes of perseverance against seemingly impossible odds. For the land shaped all who dwelt upon it, demanding strength and sacrifice in countless forms. Miles away, where the rugged hills gave way to open plains bordered by distant mountains, another tale of determination was taking shape. One where the fences in need of mending were not just those of wood and wire, but the invisible boundaries between neighbors whose distrust had deepened over generations of misunderstanding. Here begins the story of Mending the Broken Fence, where we discover that sometimes the most challenging boundaries to repair are those we create in our hearts. The morning sun crept lazily over the eastern horizon, painting the vast grasslands of Emerald Ranch in hues of amber and gold. Arthur Morgan stood on the porch of the main house, coffee mug warming his calloused hands as his eyes traced the sprawling property line where sections of fence now lay in splinters and disarray. The buffalo herd had come through during the night, a magnificent sight in most circumstances, but a headache when they decided to trample right through the ranch's northern perimeter. "Quite a mess they left us," came a gravelly voice from behind. Arthur turned to see Jeremiah Collins, the owner of Emerald Ranch, stepping onto the porch. The older man's weathered face carried the permanent tan of someone who'd spent decades under the western sun, deep creases marking the corners of his eyes from years of squinting across these vast plains. "Ain't seen a buffalo migration like that in years," Arthur replied, taking a sip of the bitter coffee. "Must have been 30, 40 head at least." Jeremiah nodded, leaning against the porch rail. "Nature's got its own plans, I suppose. Problem is, without that fence, we've got 300 head of cattle that'll start wandering before sundown. Wolves been spotted in the North Valley too." Arthur gave a grim nod. The damaged fence stretched for nearly half a mile across the property's northern boundary. Too much for the regular ranch hands to repair quickly. Every hour it remained broken increased the risk of lost cattle, or worse. "Gonna need more hands than we've got," Arthur observed, finishing his coffee. "Already sent word to neighboring spreads," Jeremiah confirmed. "McFarland's, Getty's place, even that new fellow up at Pronghorn, hoping they'll spare who they can." Arthur set his empty mug on the rail. "I'll get Charles and John. Sadie too, if she's up for it. Between all of us, we should make decent headway by nightfall." "Appreciated, Arthur," Jeremiah said, genuine warmth in his voice despite the circumstances. "There's breakfast in the cookhouse when you're ready. Gonna need your strength for the day ahead." As Arthur made his way across the ranch yard toward the bunkhouse where Charles and John were staying, he took in the peaceful morning scene. Ranch hands were already moving about their chores, feeding livestock, mending tack, preparing for the day's work. The soft lowing of cattle drifted from the nearby pasture, punctuated by the occasional whinny of horses from the corral. Despite the urgency of the broken fence, there was something comforting about the routine nature of ranch work. Problems arose, solutions were found, work got done. Simple, straightforward, unlike the complicated moral quandaries that seemed to follow Dutch's gang wherever they went. Arthur had been helping out at Emerald Ranch during what he'd told Dutch was a scouting mission. In truth, he'd needed space to think, to breathe air untainted by Dutch's increasingly desperate plans. The honest work had been good for his soul, even as guilt nagged at him for the deception. Charles Smith was already awake when Arthur entered the bunkhouse, sitting on the edge of his cot pulling on his boots. The half-native, half-black man acknowledged Arthur with a nod. "Trouble?" Charles asked perceptively, noting Arthur's expression. "Buffalo broke through the north fence line last night," Arthur explained. "Need all hands to help mend it before we lose cattle." John Marston groaned from beneath his blanket on a nearby cot. "Sun's barely up," he complained. though he was already sitting up, running a hand through his disheveled dark hair. "Puffins don't care what time it is, Marston," Arthur retorted. "Neither do wolves or rustlers." John muttered something unintelligible but swung his legs over the side of the cot. "Give me 5 minutes." "Breakfast in the cookhouse," Arthur informed them. "I'm going to check if Sadie's around to help." Outside, the morning had bloomed into full splendor. The grasslands stretched toward distant mountains, the tall blades swaying in a gentle breeze that carried the scent of sage and wild roses. In moments like these, Arthur could almost forget the life he'd led, the things he'd done in Dutch's name. Almost. He found Sadie Adler by the stables, already brushing down her golden dun Missouri foxtrotter. The widow had transformed remarkably since they'd rescued her from the O'Driscolls, grief hardening into determination, fear channeled into focused rage. She looked up as Arthur approached. "You're up early?" she observed in her distinctive raspy drawl. "Buffalo took out the north fence," Arthur explained. "Collins needs all hands to fix it. Could use yours too if you're willing." Sadie secured the brush on a nearby hook. "Been looking for something useful to do anyway. Beats sitting around feeling sorry for myself." "Appreciate it," Arthur said simply, knowing better than to offer sympathy she didn't want. "Breakfast first, then we'll gather tools and head north." By the time they'd all eaten, platters of eggs, bacon, and biscuits with gravy that Mrs. Collins had prepared despite the early hour, the ranch yard was buzzing with activity. Additional horses were being saddled, wagons loaded with fence posts, hammers, nails, and spools of wire. Jeremiah Collins stood in the center of it all, directing operations with the practiced efficiency of a man who'd faced ranch emergencies for decades. "Arthur," Collins called as Morgan emerged from the cookhouse. "Got word from McFarland's and Pronghorn. They're sending hands, should be here within the hour. Geddes can't spare anyone today." Arthur nodded. "Good enough. We'll get started. They can join when they arrive." They set out toward the northern boundary, 2 wagons laden with supplies, followed by riders carrying tools. Arthur rode alongside Charles, both men comfortable in the morning silence. Behind them, John and Sadie conversed in low tones. An unlikely friendship formed through shared trauma and resilience. The damage became visible long before they reached the fence line. Splintered posts scattered across trampled grass, wire coiled like serpents where it had been torn loose, an entire section simply gone, presumably dragged away by the powerful buffalo herd. "Quite the wreckage," Charles observed as they reined their horses to a stop. His tracker's eyes scanned the scene, assessing. They came through in a tight group, probably spooked by something. "Whatever it was, they sure didn't mind taking our fence with them," John remarked, dismounting. They began unloading supplies from the wagons, setting up a work area near the center of the damaged section. Arthur helped organize the replacement posts into piles spaced along what had been the fence line, while Charles and John started clearing the broken remnants of the original fence. Sadie joined 2 of Collins' regular hands in measuring and marking where new post holes would need to be dug. Despite never having worked a ranch herself, she and her husband had run a smaller homestead before the O'Driscolls destroyed their life. She took to the task with practical efficiency. "Used to help my pa build fences when I was a girl," she explained when Arthur raised an eyebrow at her expertise with the measuring line. Some things you don't forget. The sun climbed higher as they worked, beating down on their backs as post holes were dug, new cedar posts positioned and tamped firm. The labor was demanding, digging through the tough prairie soil, lifting heavy posts, stretching wire tight enough to hold back cattle while allowing wildlife to pass over or under in less destructive ways. Around mid-morning, a cloud of dust on the horizon announced the arrival of additional help. A wagon from McFarlane's ranch approached, accompanied by riders, 4 men and a woman who Arthur recognized as Bonnie McFarlane herself, her blonde hair visible beneath a wide-brimmed hat. "Collins said you boys could use some help," Bonnie called as she rode up, her Texan accent strong despite years in New Austin. "Brought my best hands and plenty of supplies." "Much appreciated, Miss McFarland," Arthur replied, touching the brim of his hat respectfully. "We've cleared about a 1/4 mile so far, but plenty more to go." Bonnie dismounted with practiced ease, surveying the damage. "Buffalo?" Collins said. Arthur nodded. "Been seeing more of them lately. Government finally started protecting the herds after they nearly wiped them out." "Huh?" She shook her head. "Good for the buffalo, bit of a pain for us ranchers." "Better than not having them at all," Charles commented quietly. Bonnie glanced at him, something in her expression softening. "You're right about that. My pa used to tell stories about how the plains were black with buffalo herds when he first came west. Be something to see them return." The McFarlane crew integrated seamlessly into the work, finding spots along the fence line where they could contribute. One of the hands, a lean, sun-darkened man with graying temples, caught Arthur's attention with his methodical approach to setting posts. "Name's Emmett Walsh," the man introduced himself when he noticed Arthur watching. "Worked fence lines from Texas to Montana. There's a knack to it most folks never quite master." "Showing my ignorance, am I?" Arthur asked with a self-deprecating smile. "Not at all," Walsh replied. "Just offering to show you a trick or two that might save your back some grief." Over the next hour, Walsh demonstrated techniques for digging post holes more efficiently, for setting posts at consistent depths, and for testing stability without excessive tamping. Arthur found himself genuinely appreciating the older man's expertise, honed through decades of practical experience. "Used to be a permanent hand at McFarlane's," Walsh explained as they worked. "Retired 2 years ago when my joint started complaining too loud to ignore. Still help out when they need extra hands for big jobs like this." "Lucky to have your experience," Arthur acknowledged. Walsh chuckled. "Experience is just a fancy word for being old enough to have made all the mistakes already." By midday, another group arrived, 3 hands from Pronghorn Ranch, led by a broad-shouldered man named David Geddes, whom Arthur vaguely recognized from trips into Valentine. With nearly 20 people now working the fence line, they broke into smaller teams, some clearing debris and digging new post holes, others setting posts, and a third group handling the wire stringing. The work developed a rhythm, punctuated by calls for tools or materials, and the steady clang of hammers securing staples to hold the wire in place. They paused around noon, when Mrs. Collins arrived with the chuck wagon, bringing food and fresh water for the workers. Jeremiah Collins himself had come along, wanting to see the progress firsthand. "Looking good," the ranch owner observed, surveying the repaired sections with an approving eye. "Better work than I expected in such a short time." "Got good people," Arthur replied simply. They gathered in patches of shade created by the wagons, passing around platters of cold chicken, biscuits, and jars of pickled vegetables. The mood was lighter now, the progress visible in the neat line of new posts extending along the property boundary. Conversation flowed more freely over the meal, talk of cattle prices, local gossip, and reminiscences about particularly memorable ranch disasters. Arthur found himself sitting between Walsh and a McFarlane hand named Cooper, listening to their tales of the region's history. "Used to be all this land was disputed territory," Walsh was saying, gesturing with a chicken leg toward the distant mountains. "Settlers, natives, Mexican ranchers, all claiming rights. My pa rode with a group that tried to enforce some kind of peace between them all. How'd that work out for him? John asked from nearby. Walsh's weathered face creased in a rueful smile. About as well as you'd expect. Got himself shot twice and stabbed once for his troubles. Still, he believed in what he was doing, trying to find a middle path when everyone else just wanted to fight. Some disputes don't have middle paths, Charles observed quietly. A thoughtful silence followed his words, broken when Bonnie McFarlane joined their circle, settling on an upturned bucket with a plate balanced on her knees. "How's your father doing, Miss McFarlane?" Arthur inquired, remembering the formidable old rancher who'd built the McFarlane empire through sheer determination. "Stubborn as ever," Bonnie replied with fond exasperation. "Doctor told him to stay in bed after that bout of pneumonia last winter, but I caught him out checking the herd last week. Said he was just getting some air. With a saddle and lasso, apparently." Laughter rippled through the group. The elder McFarlane's tenacity was legendary throughout the region. "Man built something worth protecting," Jeremiah Collins commented. "Hard to just sit by and watch others tend it." "True enough," Barney agreed, "though I'd prefer he lived long enough to enjoy his grandchildren, if I ever managed to produce any." The conversation shifted to other topics, but Arthur found himself pondering the concepts of legacy and succession. What would be left when he was gone? What mark would he leave on this world beyond notoriety and bounty posters? After the meal, they returned to work with renewed energy. The afternoon sun was relentless, but a steady breeze kept the heat somewhat bearable. Arthur found himself working alongside Sadie and Walsh, stretching wire between newly set posts. "Tension's the secret," Walsh was explaining, demonstrating how to use the stretching tool to get consistent tautness. "Too tight and it'll snap come winter when the cold makes it contract. Too loose and it won't hold back a determined cow, let alone a buffalo." Sadie watched intently, then took the tools and replicated the technique perfectly on her first attempt. Walsh raised his eyebrows, impressed. "Quick learner," he observed. "Just practical," Sadie replied with a shrug. "No different than setting a snare, really. All about the right tension." As the afternoon wore on, they were interrupted by the approach of a wagon, unlike the others, more ornate, clearly not designed for ranch work. It pulled up near their section of fence, and a well-dressed man in a bowler hat climbed down, somewhat awkwardly. "Afternoon, folks," he called, brushing dust from his tailored suit. "Name's Harmon Fitzgerald. Was hoping to reach Valentine before sundown, but it seems my wheel had other ideas." He gestured toward the wagon, where, indeed, one wheel was visibly damaged, listing at an unnatural angle. Arthur approached, wiping sweat from his brow with a bandana. "Nearest blacksmith's in Valentine. Good 10 miles from here." Fitzgerald sighed dramatically. "So I feared. I don't suppose any of you fine people might be heading that direction soon? I have rather important business awaiting. Won't be anyone free until this fence is finished," John called bluntly from where he was hammering wire staples. "Probably tomorrow at earliest." Fitzgerald surveyed the scene, taking in the damaged fence line and the workers spread along it. "Quite the operation you have here. Buffalo damage, I presume, judging by the tracks." Arthur nodded, slightly surprised at the man's perceptiveness. "Well then," Fitzgerald said after a moment's consideration, removing his suit jacket and rolling up his shirt sleeves, "perhaps I might earn my rescue by lending a hand. I'm not entirely useless with tools, despite appearances." Arthur exchanged glances with Charles, who gave a subtle shrug. Extra hands were extra hands, regardless of their origin. "Can always use more help," Arthur acknowledged, "though it's hard work in this heat, especially for city folk." Fitzgerald grinned, revealing a gold tooth among otherwise perfect dentition. "I assure you, Mr. Morgan, Arthur Morgan. Mr. Morgan, I was not always a traveling salesman. Grew up on a farm in Pennsylvania before seeking more lucrative opportunities. I remember which end of a hammer to hold." True to his word, Fitzgerald proved surprisingly capable. After changing into more appropriate clothing from his luggage, he joined Walsh and Arthur's group, quickly grasping the fence-building techniques and working steadily despite the heat. "What brings a Pennsylvania farm boy to New Hanover?" Arthur asked as they measured wire for the next section. "Opportunity, my friend," Fitzgerald replied. "I represent the Harrington Manufacturing Company, finest agricultural implements east of the Mississippi. Was hoping to establish new accounts with the ranchers in this region." "Selling farm equipment?" John asked skeptically, passing by with an armload of wire staples. "Indeed," Fitzgerald confirmed, "though I prefer to think of it as helping modernize the American frontier. The right tools can transform a struggling ranch into a profitable enterprise. If you can afford them," Sadie commented dryly. Fitzgerald acknowledged her point with a tilt of his head. "True enough, Mrs. Adler, and its widow Adler. My condolences, Mrs. Adler, and you make a fair point. Quality comes at a price, but I offer favorable terms to the right customers." As they continued working, Arthur found himself surprisingly engaged by Fitzgerald's tales of his travels across the rapidly changing American landscape. The salesman had a gift for storytelling, painting vivid pictures of the industrial cities of the East and the transformations he'd witnessed over 2 decades on the road. "Saw my first automobile in Chicago last year," he told them as they paused for water. "Noisy, smelly contraption, but moved without a horse. Strange to think such things might someday be common." "World's changing fast," Charles observed. "Too fast, some would say," Walsh added, wiping sweat from his brow. "When I was a boy, a man could ride for weeks without seeing another soul. Now there's towns and farms and fences everywhere you look. Progress marches on, unstoppable as a buffalo herd," Fitzgerald remarked with a gesture toward the damaged fence. "Though perhaps not always in a straight line." The quip drew chuckles from the workers within earshot, easing the tension that had begun to build as fatigue set in. Even Jeremiah Collins, typically stoic, cracked a smile before moving on to check the next section. By mid-afternoon, dark clouds had begun gathering on the western horizon, promising an evening thunderstorm. The prospect added urgency to their work. A half-finished fence would be vulnerable to the powerful winds that often accompanied such storms. "Need to finish the essential sections before that hits," Collins instructed, pointing toward the distant clouds. "Focus on the main cattle pathways first. We can finish the rest tomorrow if needed." They redoubled their efforts, the various teams coordinating more efficiently now that they'd established a rhythm. Arthur found himself working between John and Charles, the three of them falling into a wordless cooperation born of years riding together. "Reminds me of building that house with Uncle and Charles," John commented during a brief pause to adjust his gloves. "Remember that, Arthur? For that widow and her son?" Arthur nodded, the memory surfacing from what felt like a lifetime ago. "Didn't think you had any construction skills in you, Marston." Was pleasantly surprised. "I'm a man of hidden talents," John replied with mock defensiveness. "Very hidden," Arthur retorted, drawing a rare chuckle from Charles. As the afternoon waned, Arthur noticed a subtle shift in the group's dynamics. People who had started the day as strangers now called to each other by name, passed tools with easy familiarity, and stepped in to help when someone struggled with a particularly difficult task. Even Fitzgerald, the outsider, had been incorporated into their makeshift community. More surprisingly, Arthur observed Jeremiah Collins and a McFarlane ranch hand named Peterson working comfortably side by side. Remarkable considering Arthur had overheard Collins mentioning a long-standing dispute between them over water rights to a creek that separated their properties. "Didn't think I'd see those two voluntary speaking to each other," Arthur commented quietly to Bonnie McFarlane when she passed by with a load of wire. She followed his gaze, a small smile touching her lips. "Amazing what a common problem can do. They've been arguing over that creek since before I had braids, but here they are, working like old friends. Will it last beyond today?" Bunny shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not, but it's a start. Sometimes that's all you need, something to remind folks they have more in common than not." The wisdom in her words struck Arthur, prompting reflection on his own divided loyalties. Dutch had always emphasized the gang as family, united against a hostile world. Yet increasingly, Arthur found connections outside that circle, with innocent homesteaders, struggling farmers, and hard-working ranch hands just trying to carve honest lives from this wild land. The approaching storm had nearly reached them when Walsh called out from further down the line. "Final section, folks. Push hard and we'll finish before the rain hits." A renewed energy swept through the tired workers. Tools passed from hand to hand more quickly. Post holes were dug with fresh determination, and the wire-stretching teams worked with focused precision. Even those who had been flagging found reserves of strength for the final push. Arthur found himself working alongside Fitzgerald in the last stretch, both men sweat-soaked and dirt-streaked, indistinguishable now from any other ranch hand. The salesman had proven surprisingly resilient throughout the day, earning grudging respect from even the most skeptical workers. "Never thought I'd see a fancy suit wearer work so hard without complaint," Arthur observed as they tamped soil around a particularly stubborn post. Fitzgerald grinned through the layer of dust coating his face. "As I said, Mr. Morgan, we all contain multitudes. The suit is merely one facet of Harmon Fitzgerald." "And which facet is the real one?" The salesman paused, considering the question with unexpected seriousness. "Perhaps they all are, in their way. We wear different faces for different circumstances, do we not? I suspect you understand that better than most." Arthur felt a chill that had nothing to do with the approaching storm. There was a perceptiveness in Fitzgerald's eyes that made him wonder if the man somehow sensed the duality of his existence. Ranch hand today, outlaw tomorrow. Before he could respond, a triumphant shout came from the end of the line where Jeremiah Collins was inspecting the final section. "It'll hold! By God, we did it!" A ragged cheer went up from the exhausted workers, voices unified in shared accomplishment. They had repaired nearly half a mile of fence in a single day, a task that would normally have taken a week or more with the ranch's regular crew. The first fat raindrops began to fall as they gathered tools and loaded the wagons. Thunder rumbled in the distance, but the mood remained buoyant despite the weather. They had won this particular battle against nature's capacity for destruction. At least for now. "Ranch house is open to all who help today," Collins announced as they prepared to depart. "Hot food, dry clothes for those who need them, and beds for anyone who doesn't want to ride home in this weather." Arthur found himself riding back beside Charles, both men silent but comfortable in their shared exhaustion. Behind them, the new fence stood as testament to what could be accomplished when disparate people united around a common goal. A simple lesson that somehow felt profound in that moment. The storm broke in earnest as they reached the ranch buildings, sending everyone hurrying for shelter. The main house and bunkhouses quickly filled with soaked, mud-splattered workers, all shedding wet outer layers and gravitating toward the warmth of hearths and lanterns. Mrs. Collins and her daughter directed traffic, distributing towels and dry clothing where needed, while the cook and his assistants worked furiously to prepare enough food for the unexpected crowd. Arthur, having secured a spot near the cookhouse fire, found himself beside Walsh and Fitzgerald, all three men nursing mugs of hot coffee laced with a discreet splash of whiskey courtesy of one of the McFarland hands. To successful fence mending, Fitzgerald proposed, raising his mug in toast. And to unexpected companions, Walsh added with a nod to the salesman. Arthur raised his own mug in acknowledgement. Never know where you'll find good men. The simple exchange carried weight beyond the words themselves, three men from entirely different backgrounds finding common ground in shared labor and mutual respect. It struck Arthur that such moments were becoming increasingly rare in a world fracturing along lines of wealth, background, and belief. Dinner was served shortly after, a hearty stew with fresh-baked bread that tasted like heaven to men and women who'd worked from sunrise to sunset. The various groups that had begun the day as separate entities now mingled freely, sharing tales and laughter as the storm raged outside. Arthur observed John deep in conversation with one of the younger pronghorn hands, gesturing animatedly as he told some story that had the younger man wide-eyed with attention. Nearby, Sadie had found unexpected camaraderie with Bonnie McFarlane, the two strong-willed women comparing notes on the challenges of commanding respect in the male-dominated ranching world. Even Charles, typically reserved, was engaged by Walsh in what appeared to be a serious discussion about tracking techniques, both men drawing patterns on the table with fingertips dampened in spilled coffee. "Quite the collection of humanity you've assembled," came Jeremiah Collins' voice as the ranch owner settled on the bench beside Arthur, plate in hand. "Just happened to be in the right place," Arthur demurred. Collins studied him thoughtfully. "Man who can bring together folks like this. That's a rare quality, Morgan. Reminds me of someone I used to ride with years back. Had that same knack for making people believe they could do more together than apart." "What happened to him?" Arthur asked, curious despite himself. A shadow crossed Collins' weathered features. "Got too fond of his own legend. Started believing he was something more than just a man trying his best. Cost him everything in the end." The description hit uncomfortably close to Dutch's trajectory, sending a chill through Arthur despite the warm room. He changed the subject, asking about Collins' plans for reinforcing the fence against future buffalo migration. Later, with dinner finished and many of the workers settled into whatever sleeping spaces could be arranged, Arthur stepped onto the covered porch for a moment of solitude. The storm had passed, leaving behind the fresh scent of rain-washed earth and the gentle patter of water dripping from eaves. He lit a cigarette, watching the intermittent moonlight breaking through scattered clouds to illuminate the glistening ranch yard. In the distance, barely visible, the new fence line stood as evidence of the day's labor. "Penny for your thoughts, Mr. Morgan." Arthur turned to find Fitzgerald joining him, now dressed in clean, dry clothes, though still lacking his usual urbane polish. "Not worth half that," Arthur replied with a self-deprecating smile, "just thinking about fences." "A surprisingly philosophical subject," the salesman observed, leaning against the porch rail. "Boundaries between what's ours and what's wild, between safety and danger." Arthur nodded slowly. "Between who we are and who we might become." Fitzgerald gave him a curious look, but didn't press. Instead, he said, "I've met many men in my travels, Mr. Morgan. Most are exactly what they appear to be, limited, predictable. But occasionally," he paused, choosing his words carefully, Occasionally, I encounter someone who seems to exist at a crossroads, capable of walking multiple paths. You strike me as such a man." The observation was too perceptive for comfort. Arthur took a long drag from his cigarette, buying time to formulate a response that neither confirmed nor denied. "We all have choices to make," he said finally, "some harder than others. Indeed." Fitzgerald studied him a moment longer before changing tack. "I wanted to thank you, by the way, for allowing a stranded salesman to contribute to your communal effort. It was unexpectedly rewarding." "Did honest work with honest folk," Arthur replied simply. "Always has its own reward." They stood in companionable silence for a while, watching the clouds drift across the moon. Finally, Fitzgerald straightened, brushing imaginary dust from his shirt. "I should attempt sleep. Tomorrow I'll need to address my wagon situation." He extended a hand. "It was a pleasure working alongside you, Mr. Morgan. If our paths cross again, I hope it will be under equally enlightening circumstances." Arthur shook the offered hand. "Safe travels, Mr. Fitzgerald." Left alone, Arthur finished his cigarette, reflecting on the day's events. Tomorrow he would need to return to camp, to Dutch and the increasingly desperate schemes that seemed to drive their gang deeper into trouble with each passing week. He would slide back into that life like putting on a familiar coat, comfortable in its way, but increasingly ill-fitting. Yet something about today, the simple, honest work, the camaraderie across dividing lines of background and belief, felt like a glimpse of another possible life. Not perfect or easy, but fundamentally sound in a way that Dutch's grand visions no longer seemed to be. Arthur Morgan stood at his own fence line, caught between two worlds. Behind him lay the path that had shaped him, filled with the only family he'd known since childhood. Ahead stretched an uncertain trail towards something he could barely articulate. Redemption, perhaps, or at least a life where his hands built more than they destroyed. The choice wasn't simple, or even fully formed in his mind, but standing there under the clearing night sky, watching the moonlight trace silver outlines on a fence built by unlikely allies, Arthur felt something shift within him. A post set more firmly, a wire pulled tauter, creating a boundary that might someday define a different kind of existence. Morning arrived with clear skies and the aftermath of productive labor. The ranch hands moved about their regular chores with the satisfied fatigue that follows meaningful work. Those who had come from neighboring ranches prepared for departure, loading tools and exchanging farewells with newfound friends. Arthur found John by the corral, saddling his horse for the ride back to camp. "Dutch'll be wondering where we got to," Marston commented, tightening a cinch strap. "Let him wonder," Arthur replied, though he knew they couldn't delay much longer without raising suspicion. "Be good to bring back some honest money for once." John glanced at him sharply but didn't pursue the thought. Instead he asked, "You ever think about it? Settling somewhere like this? Doing regular work?" The question struck closer to Arthur's midnight musings than was comfortable. "Bit late for men like us to start playing rancher, ain't it?" "Maybe." John's gaze drifted toward where Jack would be waiting back at camp. "Maybe not. Guess it depends what you're willing to risk." They were interrupted by Jeremiah Collins approaching with 2 envelopes. "Payment for you, boys," the rancher said, handing them over. "Extra for bringing in those additional hands. Wouldn't have finished in time without them." Arthur accepted the envelope with a nod of thanks. "Glad we could help." "Door's always open if you're ever looking for steady work," Collins added, his keen eyes studying both men. "Ranch can always use good hands who know their business." The offer hung in the air between them, not just employment, but a potential bridge to a different future. Arthur tucked the envelope into his satchel, non-committal yet not outright refusing. "Appreciate that," he said simply. Final goodbyes were exchanged in the ranch yard. Bonnie McFarlane's crew departed first, the capable woman offering handshakes to Arthur, John, and Charles with invitations to visit McFarlane's ranch when they were in the area. Harmon Fitzgerald, having arranged for his wagon to be towed to Valentine for repairs, offered extravagant thanks and handed out business cards with flourish. Even Walsh, the retired ranch hand, made a point of finding Arthur before departing. "Meant to tell you," the older man said, "you've got a natural talent for the work. Way you organized those crews, got everyone working together, that's not something that can be taught." Arthur shrugged off the praise. "Just wanted to get the job done." "Well, if you ever tire of whatever else it is you do," Walsh continued, his eyes suggesting he suspected there was more to Arthur than ranch work, "reckon there'd be a place for you at most any spread in these parts." Word gets around about reliable men. As they prepared to ride out, Sadie joined them, adjusting her hat against the morning sun. "Back to Dutch, then?" she asked, her tone carefully neutral. Arthur nodded, for now. Something in his phrasing caused both Sadie and Charles to glance at him with subtle curiosity, but neither commented further. They mounted up and began the ride back toward camp, leaving behind the repaired fence and the brief taste of a simpler life. The morning was pleasant for riding, the storm having cleared the air and tamped down the dust. They followed a winding trail through grassland still wet with dew, wildflowers nodding in the gentle breeze. In the distance, the new fence line stood as testament to their shared labor, a boundary between civilization and wilderness, holding firm against the pressures of both. Arthur found himself riding slightly ahead of the others, thoughts turning toward what awaited at camp and the increasingly complicated web of loyalties that defined his existence. Dutch would have questions about their extended absence, would have new plans requiring Arthur's particular skills. Skills far removed from fence mending and honest labor. Yet, as he glanced back at the ranch one last time before it disappeared behind a rise, Arthur carried with him more than just payment for work rendered. He carried the memory of purpose, unrelated to survival or score settling, of cooperation across differences that normally drove men apart, of building something that would remain after he'd gone. It wasn't quite hope. Arthur Morgan had lived too long and seen too much for such simple comfort, but it was perhaps the first post set in a new fence line, one that might someday separate the man he had been from the man he might yet become. Behind him, John and Charles and Sadie followed, each carrying their own thoughts, their own possibilities. Ahead lay Dutch and the gang and the life they'd known, but between those points stretched something new, a boundary being established, invisible but increasingly real. The riders crested a hill, silhouetted briefly against the morning sky before disappearing from view of Emerald Ranch. The repaired fence remained, stretching across the landscape, a testament to what could be accomplished when people set aside differences to mend what was broken. In time, other things might be mended too, other boundaries established between what was and what could be. As Arthur and his companions rode away from Emerald Ranch, the new fence line grew smaller in the distance, but its significance had taken root in Arthur's mind. He found himself wondering about the other fences in his life, the invisible ones that had kept him penned within Dutch's vision for so many years. "You're awful quiet," Sadie observed, urging her horse forward to ride alongside him. "Thinking about something?" Arthur adjusted his hat, buying a moment to consider his response. Just wondering if a man can ever truly start fresh. Thinking of taking Collins up on his offer, she asked perceptibly. Maybe. Someday. He glanced back at John, who was deep in conversation with Charles. Not just me, though. All of us deserve better than running forever. Sadie studied him with those sharp eyes that seemed to cut through pretense. Dutch won't let any of us go easy. You know that. I do. Arthur's jaw tightened. Question is whether staying's worth the price anymore. They rode in contemplative silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts about possible futures. The landscape around them gradually shifted from the open grasslands of Emerald Ranch to more wooded terrain, signaling their approach to the gang's current camp near Clements Point. "Someone's coming," Charles called suddenly, his keen eyes spotting movement ahead. Arthur tensed, hands moving instinctively toward his holster, but relaxed when he recognized the approaching rider as Javier Escuela. "There you are," Javert called, reining his horse to a stop before them. "Dutch has been wondering where you disappeared to. We thought you might have run into trouble." "Just helping out at a ranch," Arthur explained. "Earned some honest money for the camp." Javier's expression suggested skepticism, but he merely shrugged. "Well, you're needed back. Dutch and Jose are planning something big in Rhodes, some business with those two plantation families." The Greys and Braithwaites, Arthur recalled, feeling a familiar weariness settle over him. Always another scheme, another risky venture with uncertain rewards. That's right, Dutch thinks there's gold to be had if we play them against each other right. And just like that, the brief respite of fence mending and honest labor began to fade, reality reasserting itself with the inexorable pull of Dutch's latest vision. Arthur exchanged a brief glance with John, noting the same reluctance mirrored in his friend's eyes. "We're coming," Arthur assured Javier. "Just give us a minute." Javert nodded and turned his horse back toward camp, clearly eager to report their imminent return. When he was out of earshot, Sadie spoke up. "Back to Dutch's plans, then." "For now," Arthur agreed. "But keep that fence in mind, Mrs. Adler. Might be we'll need to remember how it's done someday." Charles, quiet until now, added softly, "Some fences protect what's valuable, others just pen you in." "Wise words," Arthur acknowledged. "Guess we'll see which kind Dutch has built around us soon enough." With that, they urged their horses forward, leaving behind the peaceful interlude of Emerald Ranch, and riding toward the increasingly uncertain future that awaited with the Vanderlyn gang. 2 weeks later, Arthur found himself back at Emerald Ranch on different business. Dutch had sent him to fence some acquired pocket watches through the discreet operation Jeremiah Collins' cousin ran from one of the barns. It was an irony not lost on Arthur that he was now at the same place under much different circumstances. As he approached the main house, after concluding his business at the fence, he noticed activity around the northern property line. Riders were patrolling the repaired fence, and even from a distance, Arthur could see modifications had been made to the structure. Curiosity drew him closer. He directed his horse, a sturdy roan Mustang he'd recently tamed, along the fence line until he came upon Jeremiah Collins himself. Overseeing the installation of what appeared to be additional reinforcements. "Mr. Morgan," Collins greeted him, genuine warmth in his voice. "Didn't expect to see you back so soon." Arthur dismounted, feeling strangely awkward in his role as outlaw returning to a place where he'd recently done honest work. "Just passing through, noticed you're making some changes to our handiwork." Collins nodded, gesturing toward the fence line where several ranch hands were installing diagonal braces between posts at regular intervals. "Walsh's idea, actually. Said if we're going to have more buffalo moving through, we ought to make this fence strong enough to encourage them to go around rather than through." Arthur studied the modification with appreciation. Smart thinking. Angle like that distributes the force instead of letting it all hit straight on. Man knows his fences, Collins agreed. He's actually staying on for a while, helping us implement improvements all around the property. Apparently retirement didn't suit him as well as he thought. Arthur found himself smiling at this news. Glad to hear it. He seemed like a man with plenty still to contribute. Speaking of contributions, Collins said, turning to face Arthur directly, offer still stands if you're ever looking for steady work. Man who can organize a crew like you did, who knows his way around both cattle and fences, that's valuable on a spread this size. The sincerity of the offer caught Arthur off guard. He'd grown so accustomed to people wanting something from him. His gun, his intimidating presence, his willingness to do what others wouldn't, that genuine appreciation for his constructive abilities felt almost foreign. I appreciate that, he replied honestly. Maybe someday. Got some obligations to settle first. Collins studied him with shrewd eyes that seemed to perceive more than Arthur was saying. Well, obligations have a way of changing over time. Doors open when circumstances allow. Their conversation was interrupted by a call from one of the hands further down the fence line, requesting Collins' opinion on something. The rancher excused himself, leaving Arthur with his thoughts. He remained for a few minutes, watching the ranch hands work. There was something deeply satisfying about seeing their fence not only standing but being improved upon. A rare instance in Arthur's life when something he'd helped create was being built upon rather than destroyed in his wake. As he mounted up to leave, Arthur caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from the direction of the main house. Harmon Fitzgerald, the traveling salesman, now dressed once again in his characteristic well-tailored suit, bowler hat perched precisely on his head. "Mr. Morgan," Fitzgerald called, quickening his pace. "What fortunate timing. I was just concluding some business with Mr. Collins." Arthur reined his horse around. "Thought you'd be halfway across the state by now, selling your wares." "Indeed, that was the plan," Fitzgerald agreed with a wide smile. "But after our fence-building adventure, I found myself with several eager customers right here. It seems working alongside potential clients creates a bond that mere salesmanship cannot." "So you sold Collins some farming equipment?" "A most innovative mechanical hay baler, in fact," Fitzgerald confirmed, pride evident in his voice. "And Mr. McFarlane has expressed interest in our new seed drills. It appears fence mending is good for business as well as community relations." Arthur couldn't help but chuckle at the man's irrepressible enthusiasm. "Glad it worked out for you." "More than worked out, Mr. Morgan. It was revelatory." Fitzgerald's expression turned more thoughtful. "In all my years of sales, I've approached ranchers as targets to be convinced, customers to be won over. Never before had I stood shoulder to shoulder with them in meaningful labor. The perspective it offers is illuminating." Arthur recognized something in the salesman's words that echoed his own recent reflections. "Changes how you see people, working beside them." "Precisely," Fitzgerald beamed, clearly pleased to be understood. "Which brings me to a proposal. I'm establishing a more permanent circuit through this region, focusing on building lasting relationships rather than quick sales. I find myself in need of someone who understands both the land and its people, someone who could help navigate the complexities of frontier commerce." Arthur's brow furrowed as he realized where this was leading. "You offering me a job, Mr. Fitzgerald?" "An opportunity," the salesman corrected smoothly. "To travel with purpose, to help bring useful innovations to hard-working people. To build rather than, well, whatever it is you currently do that puts that haunted look in your eyes. The offer caught Arthur entirely by surprise. First Collins with his ranch position, and now Fitzgerald with this unexpected proposal. It was as if the universe were suddenly presenting alternatives to the path he'd long assumed was his only option. "Appreciate the thought," Arthur said finally, "but like I told Collins, got some matters that need settling first." Fitzgerald nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the response. Of course, but should circumstances change..." He reached into his jacket pocket and produced a business card, which he handed up to Arthur. "I can be reached through any telegraph office. Just have them send word to the addresses listed." Arthur tucked the card into his satchel, more out of politeness than any expectation he would use it. Yet he couldn't deny a certain appeal to the idea. Traveling with legitimate purpose, helping to bring useful tools to ranches and farms, being seen as something other than an outlaw or hired gun. "Safe travels, Mr. Fitzgerald," he said, tipping his hat. "And to you, Mr. Morgan," the salesman replied. "May you find whatever it is you're seeking." As Arthur rode away from Emerald Ranch, he found his thoughts unusually jumbled. The fence line receded behind him, but its symbolism followed. That simple boundary between civilization and wilderness now represented something more in his mind, a dividing line between the life he'd known and possibilities he'd never seriously considered. Dutch would be waiting back at camp, undoubtedly with more plans, more promises of the big score that would finally set them all free. Yet increasingly, Arthur wondered if freedom might look different than Dutch's grand vision, if it might be found not in some imagined paradise, but in the simple dignity of building something worthwhile. The weight of the business card in his satchel and Colin's standing offer lingered in his consciousness as he urged his horse toward Clements Point. Not immediate options perhaps, but seeds planted that might someday grow into alternatives when Dutch's path finally became untenable. 3 months later, much had changed. The gang's situation had deteriorated dramatically following the disaster in Saint Denis. Gualma's horrors were still fresh in Arthur's mind, and the diagnosis from the doctor in Saint Denis hung over him like a death sentence. Tuberculosis, with no cure and little time remaining. Yet even as his body weakened, Arthur's resolve strengthened. Dutch descent into paranoia and cruelty had accelerated, the gap between his lofty rhetoric and his actions widening into an unbridgeable chasm. The leader Arthur had followed for 20 years seemed to be vanishing before his eyes, replaced by a dangerous stranger wearing Dutch's face. It was this realization, more than his own mortality, that drove Arthur to seek out John Marston one evening in the temporary camp they'd established in Beaver Hollow. "Need to talk," Arthur said quietly, finding John sitting alone at the edge of camp, cleaning his revolver with mechanical precision. John glanced up, noting the seriousness in Arthur's demeanor. "What's on your mind? You remember that fence we helped build at Emerald Ranch, months back, before everything went to hell?" The seemingly random question drew a perplexed look from John. "Sure. What about it?" Arthur settled himself on a fallen log, taking a moment to suppress the cough that increasingly plagued him. "Been thinking about fences lately. About boundaries. Arthur, you feeling all right? You're talking strange." "I'm dying, John," Arthur stated flatly. "Doc in St. Denis confirmed it. Tuberculosis. Got a month, maybe 2 if I'm lucky." The blunt announcement silenced whatever quip John had been preparing. He stared at Arthur, shock and denial warring in his expression. There must be something." "There ain't," Arthur cut him off, "which is why I need you to listen carefully. I've been putting money aside. My share from jobs, plus extra I've collected doing odd work. It's not a fortune, but it's enough to start fresh somewhere. Arthur. It's not for me, Arthur continued, ignoring the interruption. It's for you, Abigail, and Jack. Dutch is losing his grip, John. Man we followed all these years is disappearing, and what's replacing him won't hesitate to sacrifice any of us if it serves his purpose. John's expression hardened. I've noticed. Then you know what needs doing. When the moment comes, and it will come soon, you need to take your family and go. Build something real, something that lasts. Like that fence. That's why you brought it up, the fence? Arthur nodded, suppressing another cough. Keep thinking about what Walsh said that day. About the difference between fences that protect what's valuable and fences that just pen you in. Dutch's loyalty, his rules, his plans. They used to protect us. Now they're just keeping us trapped while everything burns down around us. John was silent for a long moment, processing Arthur's words. Finally, he asked, "Where would we even go?" "I've been thinking on that too," Arthur replied, reaching into his satchel to retrieve a worn business card and a folded letter. "Remember Collins, the ranch owner? He made me an offer back then, said there'd always be work for someone who knew their business. You think he'd take me instead?" "I wrote to him," Arthur confirmed, handing over the letter. "Explained the situation, asked if the offer might extend to a friend with a family looking for a fresh start. That's his response." John unfolded the letter, reading quickly. His eyebrows rose as he absorbed the contents. He's offering a position, just like that, to someone he's never met. Says he trusts my judgment, Arthur explained, and he remembers you from the fence mending. Says any man willing to work that hard in the heat deserves consideration. The possibility seemed to momentarily overwhelm John. He refolded the letter carefully. "I don't know, Arthur. Ranching, me, better than running forever. Better than watching Jack grow up in a gang that's falling apart. Better than..." Arthur didn't need to finish the thought. The specter of Dutch's increasing instability hung between them. "And there's something else," Arthur added, producing Fitzgerald's business card. "The salesman, remember him? He's established a regular circuit through that region now. Stops at Emerald Ranch every month or so. If ranching doesn't suit, might be he'd still consider taking on a partner who knows the territory." John stared at the items in his hands. Tangible connections to possibilities beyond the increasingly desperate existence Dutch offered. "Why are you doing this, Arthur? After everything?" Arthur knew what John meant. The years of tension between them, Arthur's anger over John's temporary abandonment of his family, the complicated brotherhood that had often felt more like rivalry. "Because we built something that day, John. All of us together. Something that still stands." Arthur gazed out into the darkness surrounding their camp. "Most of what I've done in this life won't leave anything worth remembering. But that fence, people working together across their differences, building something useful, that meant something." He turned back to John, his expression intense despite his weakened state. "You've got a chance to build something that lasts, a life for your family. Don't waste it chasing Dutch's fading dreams." John tucked the letter and card into his own satchel, his movements deliberate. "What about the others? Sadie? Charles?" "Already spoken to them," Arthur assured him. "Sadie's making her own plans. Charles, too. They understand what's coming." "And Dutch, Micah?" Arthur's expression hardened. "They've made their choices. We need to make ours." The two men sat in silence for a while, the weight of decisions yet to be made hanging in the air between them. Finally, John spoke, his voice unusually vulnerable. I'm not sure I know how to be anything but this, Arthur. An outlaw, a runner. I've seen you learn plenty over the years, Arthur replied. You learned to be a husband to Abigail, a father to Jack, even when it didn't come natural. You can learn to build fences instead of breaking through them. A ghost of a smile touched John's lips. When did you get so philosophical? When I realized my time was running out, Arthur answered honestly. Makes a man think about what's worth leaving behind. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Bill Williamson coming to inform them that Dutch wanted everyone gathered for a discussion of their next move. The moment of candor passed, reality reasserting itself once more. As they rose to rejoin the others, Arthur placed a hand on John's shoulder. Think about what I said. When the moment comes, be ready to ride. And don't look back. 2 weeks later, Arthur Morgan stood on a mountainside at dawn, watching the sunrise he'd never expected to see. The final confrontation with Micah and Dutch had left him battered beyond recovery, the tuberculosis stealing what little strength remained. Yet he'd accomplished what mattered most, ensuring John's escape with the money and documents he would need to start anew. As he struggled to draw breath into failing lungs, Arthur found his thoughts returning to Emerald Ranch and the fence they'd built together. It seemed so long ago now, that day of honest labor under the summer sun. A different life, almost. A glimpse of what might have been in different circumstances. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd spent decades breaking into places, tearing down the boundaries others established, taking what wasn't his to take. Yet one of his final meaningful acts had been ensuring John could escape the life Arthur had helped bring him into, helping him cross a fence, in a sense, into a different kind of existence. As consciousness began to fade, Arthur thought he could almost hear the rhythmic sound of hammers on fence posts, feel the satisfaction of creating something meant to endure. The fence at Emerald Ranch would still be standing long after Arthur Morgan was gone. A small legacy, perhaps, but one untainted by the violence and theft that had characterized so much of his life. His last thought, as darkness claimed him, was a simple hope that John would remember the lesson of the fence, that boundaries could protect what was valuable, that broken things could be mended, that people might come together across their differences to build something worthwhile. 4 years later, John Marston wiped sweat from his brow as he hammered the final nail into place, securing the new fence post with practiced efficiency. Beecher's hope was slowly taking shape around him, the house nearly complete, the barn functional if not yet fully finished, and now the perimeter fence, extending to enclose what would someday be productive grazing land. "Looks good," came a familiar voice behind him. John turned to see Charles Smith approaching, carrying additional wire for the next section. The years had been relatively kind to Charles, a few more scars perhaps, but the same steady strength and quiet dignity John remembered. "Learning as I go," John admitted, stepping back to assess his work. "Still don't feel natural, building instead of breaking." Charles smiled slightly. "You're doing better than you think." Arthur would be proud. The mention of Arthur brought the familiar complex mix of emotions it always did: grief, gratitude, and a persistent sense of obligation to make his second chance count. "Been thinking about him today," John acknowledged. "About that fence we helped build at Emerald Ranch years back. Remember that?" Charles nodded, his expression softening with recollection. "Good day's work. One of the few times I felt part of something, straightforward and worthwhile in those years. Been trying to remember how they reinforced those corner posts," John explained. gesturing toward where his own fence line made a sharp turn. Had some special bracing that Walsh fellow showed us. Diagonal supports set at about 45 degrees, Charles recalled, demonstrating with his hands. Distributed the tension more evenly. John snapped his fingers. That's it. Knew there was a trick to it. They worked together for the next hour, implementing the reinforcement technique along the corner sections of John's new fence. The labor was hard but satisfying, each completed section representing another step toward stability and legitimacy. "Uncle's looking for you," Abigail called from the direction of the house. "Says there's someone here to see you." John and Charles exchanged curious glances before setting down their tools and making their way toward the main building. As they approached, John recognized a well-dressed figure chatting animatedly with Uncle on the porch. A familiar bowler hat atop a now slightly grayer head. "Mr. Marston," Harmon Fitzgerald exclaimed, extending his hand in greeting. "Finally tracked you down. When I stopped at Emerald Ranch last month, Collins mentioned you'd purchased property in these parts." John shook the salesman's hand, genuinely surprised by the appearance of this figure from his past. "Mr. Fitzgerald, didn't expect to see you again." "The world is full of unexpected reunions," Fitzgerald replied cheerfully. "And when I heard you were establishing a ranch of your own, well, I simply had to pay a visit. Professional interest, you understand." "Selling farm equipment still?" John asked. "Indeed, though my territory has expanded considerably." Fitzgerald gestured toward a modern automobile park nearby, a stark contrast to the horses and wagons that had been their transportation when last they met. "The company has thrived these past years. Modernization waits for no man, as they say." John introduced Charles and Abigail, who joined them on the porch. Pleasantries were exchanged, with Fitzgerald proving as charming and loquacious as John remembered. "I must say," the salesman observed, gazing out at the developing ranch, "you've accomplished much in a short time. Building something substantial here." "Trying to," John acknowledged, "still figuring out most of it as I go." Fitzgerald turned back to him, his expression becoming more serious. "I was sorry to hear about Arthur Morgan. Collins told me what happened, or at least, what you told Collins. A brave man by all accounts." A moment of silence followed, respect for the absent friend whose actions had made this new beginning possible. "Was the best of us," Charles said simply. "Which brings me in a roundabout way to my purpose here," Fitzgerald continued. "Before he, passed, Arthur apparently shared my business card with you. Collins mentioned you'd inquired about my whereabouts some time back." John nodded. "Was keeping my options open, wasn't sure ranching would work out." "And has it worked out?" John glanced at Abigail, finding her smile of encouragement. "Getting there. Still learning, but feels right." "Excellent. Then perhaps you might consider my proposal as complementary rather than alternative." Fitzgerald rubbed his hands together eagerly. "You see, my business requires local connections, people who understand the specific needs of ranchers in different regions. Someone established, respected, who can advise on which innovations might truly benefit their neighbors." John raised an eyebrow. "You offering me a job? A partnership of sorts?" Fitzgerald clarified. "You maintain your ranch, your primary concern, naturally, but also serve as local representative for Harrington Manufacturing. Commission on sales, of course, plus first access to new equipment for your own operation." The offer was unexpected, yet oddly fitting. A connection back to that day of fence mending that had planted the first seeds of a different life in John's mind. "Don't know the first thing about selling," John admitted. Fitzgerald waved away the concern. "You know ranching, Mr. Marston. You know what works and what doesn't. The selling part is secondary to genuine understanding of the customer's needs. John looked to Abigail, silently seeking her opinion. She gave a small nod, encouraging him to consider it. "Why don't we discuss details over dinner?" she suggested. "Charles just brought back a fine deer, and there's plenty for everyone." The evening that followed had an almost surreal quality for John, sitting around his own table in a house he'd helped build, discussing legitimate business with a man he'd met years ago during what now seemed like a different lifetime. Charles, Uncle, and Abigail contributed to the lively conversation, while young Jack listened with fascination to Fitzgerald's tales of technological marvels emerging in the eastern cities. Later, after their guest had been shown to the spare room and the household had settled for the night, John found himself standing on the porch, gazing out at the fence lines silhouetted against the moonlit landscape. Abigail joined him, slipping her arm through his. "Penny for your thoughts, Mr. Marston." John smiled, drawing her closer. "Just thinking about fences. And Arthur." "You miss him," she observed softly. "Every day," John confirmed. "Especially when something good happens. Buying this place, finishing the house, seeing Jack reading his books. Things he helped make possible, but never got to see." Abigail rested her head against his shoulder. "He'd be proud of what you've built here, what we've all built together." John nodded, his throat tight with emotion. "Remember what that old ranch hand Walsh said? About the difference between fences that protect what's valuable and fences that just pen you in?" "I do," Abigail confirmed. "You mentioned it when you were deciding whether to take Colin's offer or go out on our own." "Been building protective ones ever since," John observed, gesturing toward their property boundary. "Setting boundaries that keep our family safe without keeping us trapped. Think Arthur would appreciate the difference." They stood together in companionable silence, surveying what they'd created, not just the physical structures of house and barn and fence, but the life they'd established within those boundaries. It wasn't perfect or always easy, but it was honest, legitimate, built with their own hands rather than taken from others. In the morning, John would show Fitzgerald around the property, discuss the potential partnership, continue the process of integrating his past with his present. For now, though, he was content to stand with Abigail, remembering a day of fence mending years ago that had planted the seeds for everything that followed. Somewhere, John liked to think, Arthur Morgan was watching, perhaps with that rare, genuine smile he'd shown when witnessing something truly worthwhile. The fence at Emerald Ranch still stood, according to Collins, a testament to work well done. And here at Beecher's Hope, new fences extended that legacy, boundaries that protected rather than confined, that defined a home rather than a prison. As John and Abigail finally turned to enter their house, the moonlight caught the fresh-cut lumber of the newest fence section, the pale wood almost luminous against the darkness. It would weather with time, darkening and strengthening as it became a permanent part of the landscape, much as they themselves had weathered, moving from the desperate uncertainty of their outlaw years to the hard-earned stability of their present life. The broken fence at Emerald Ranch had been mended long ago. Now other things had been mended too. Family bonds, honest livelihoods, the possibility of a future unbound by the mistakes of the past. Not perfect, not complete, but steadily taking shape with each post set firmly in the ground of their new beginning. From certain angles, in particular light, John sometimes thought he could see Arthur's influence in the shape of things, in the angle of a brace, the tension of a wire, the boundary between what was valuable and what was left behind. A legacy more enduring than violence or theft could ever be. The knowledge that broken things could be mended, that new boundaries could be established. that a life worth living could be built with patience, persistence, and honest labor. The fence stood, strong and purposeful, against the endless prairie sky, and within its boundaries, so did they. As John Marston stood on the porch of Beecher's Hope, watching the sunrise cast golden light across his property, his eyes were drawn to movement along the western fence line. A small herd of wild horses had gathered just beyond his boundary, their coats gleaming in the morning light. Among them stood a magnificent buckskin Mustang, its golden coat almost luminous against the backdrop of the plains. John sipped his coffee, admiring the creature's proud bearing. The Mustang seemed to sense his attention, raising its head to stare directly at him across the distance. Something in that defiant gaze reminded John of himself years ago. Wild, untamed, resistant to boundaries of any kind. "Beautiful animal," came Charles's voice as he joined John on the porch. "That buckskin's something special," John agreed, nodding toward the standout horse. Charles studied the Mustang with appreciation. Runt could use another good horse, especially with the extra work from Fitzgerald's proposal. John considered this. His partnership with the traveling salesman was bringing in additional income, but also meant more travel between neighboring ranches. A strong, fast horse would certainly be useful. "Been a while since I broke a wild one," John mused, memories stirring of his younger days, when taming horses for the gang had been one of his few, uncomplicated pleasures. "Some skills you don't forget," Charles observed with a small smile, echoing words that had been spoken years ago at Emerald Ranch about fence mending. John set down his empty coffee cup. Decision made. "Think I'll try for that buckskin. Remind myself of who I used to be, and how far I've come." As he stepped off the porch to prepare his lasso and saddle, John couldn't help but reflect on the symmetry. The fences he'd helped mend and later built had given structure and safety to his new life. Now, bringing a wild Mustang within those boundaries represented another kind of taming. Not a breaking of spirit, but a channeling of wild energy toward productive purpose. In many ways, it was the story of his own transformation, from lawless outlaw to rancher and family man. The buckskin Mustang, powerful and untamed, would soon learn what John had, that the right kinds of boundaries didn't diminish freedom, but gave it meaning. With that thought, John headed toward the corral to prepare for the challenge ahead. The wild Mustang, watching from beyond the fence lines, seemed to sense what was coming, tossing its head in a gesture that was part challenge, part invitation. Some bonds, like some fences, were meant to be formed rather than broken. "And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight."